Okay. Holy shit. We are live. Oh, okay. So the little bar there is not quite a lie right now. I have figured out a bit of Goo Bain. Uh However, I have to admit I have to walk you through some steps here. So, I think I still have. Let's see here. Yes. Okay. So, I still have this stuff written down here, and this was sort of my factory as the way it was. So we got a single player load game. I think this is the one with no changes to it yet. No, this is the one with no changes to it. Okay, so this is the save that we had at the end of last stream, pretty much, with some, I think, minor changes to it. Yeah. So this is where we were, and you can kind of see some of the plan and some of the Gerald Ford stuff here. But things are going to change, and they're going to remain the same. So, let's, this is where I left off. This is kind of what I was thinking the thing was going to be. You gotta keep in mind, over the past couple of weeks, I've been on and off doing this. So, well, I guess 1 week, but whatever. So, let's see here. What did I rework it to in version 2? I think version 2, yeah. It focused mainly on getting this was like a test to see if like the machine could run. Moving forward, I think I haven't changed much in this version compared to before. However, I got a proper back loop going. I realized it was more energy efficient to burn carbon than it was just to straight up burn spoilage, right? Convert the spoilage to carbon, and carbon is now a more energy dense material to throw into our burners. That being said, this didn't last long, and we ended up with what I'm calling version 3 here. This took many steps, and at this point, I've actually let the factory run for a little bit. Although, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to turn you off because at this point, the proof of concept works. So, I did some math, and this, in theory, should run at... why the heck is this not running? Yeah. You don't have bioflux. You don't have bioflux because you can't reach that. Yeah. There are still some kinks to work out, of course. But, but this factory is a little bit designed to get 90... not 90. 90? I think it's 90. No, it is 60 items per second of both kinds of bacteria, is what it is. However, it has some problems, as you can see. Sometimes items spoil on the belt, and there's nothing that it can do to speed those items through. That being said, I have to admit I am so this one is much closer to this model that I made, right? I'm going to get rid of that. there's some things I want to do. So, goals for today. Let's go ahead and get that written up here. Okay, first of all, I'm just using... I don't know why I'm using a large... Let's at the very least use medium. I'm not hitting that button. I'm... One... Rocket. 2... Okay. So my main goal is rocket, but my second goal is obviously science, but that's not what I'm... Okay, so rocket, obviously producing science, but also my second goal... I forget what I need carbon fiber for. Give me a second here. Using stack inserters. Believe it or not, that is not my goal right now. Alright, my actual goal is... advanced asteroid processing. Rocket. D. Advanced asteroid 3. Iron plus copper parentheses space. The fact of the matter is, all right, like the long and short of it is, this build, which is okay, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 6. Yeah, this is not producing a huge amount. It's not even producing 60. I think it's much more limited in scope. Yoink. Yoink, 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 yoink. You should not be putting copper onto that belt. But there's something I want to see before I go too far, and I think it's a mistake I made on Fulgora. And that is... Oh my god. Why am I using assembly machines? We could... Oh, okay. Well, that's eventually going to have to be fixed. I was unfortunately pointed out that yeah, I could have been using those machines for much better. Okay, so I'm going to have to remember, what was this build? I think this build was the start. It looks like a Bioflux build so far. Nutrients, Pinnipod egg, water. Oh, was this like starting to get rocket fuel and plastic? Yeah, this is probably getting rocket fuel, plastic, and biolubricant. All right. Let me pull up a new window. And we are going to pull up Factorial Lab. Okay. Oh, right. Something I wanted to talk about, by the way. Something I finally learned about Goo Bain that took me a while to understand. Uh, one of my earlier builds when I was going through those lists had just a shit ton of production modules everywhere because that's just the default. And then I learned pretty much that's the wrong default. Yeah, that's the wrong default because the whole why. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. The whole part of the issue that I had was um, was I didn't appreciate that putting production modules in these buildings would just exponentially increase the cost of nutrients to where you started requiring ridiculous factories to actually use production modules. Now, in theory, production modules are the way you want to go here because you're input limited really hard. These things are working. This is a little bit weird to me because at least according to my calculations, I should be able to fully eat up a green belt of output, but that does not appear to be the case. I don't know why that's not the case, but that is in fact not the case. Something to think about for later, I suppose. Yeah, there are times where this is definitely not eating. What the hell? Ah. Okay, I'm going to just... I had a case of where I wanted to use quality stuff, and I found out pretty late that quality was not the way to go because then you had these imperfect quality. Like, yes, it'll make your power, because that's what I'm going to call nutrients from here on out, is power, right? It'll make your power last longer, but it did not do us any favors. Speaking of power, as you can see, I did increase the amount of power that we have. However, I will state, this is not enough power to run this base. It is enough power to, you know, maybe run this base for a little bit. And then we'll see. But, yeah. Let's just go ahead and... Yeah, okay. You're doing your job. Anywho, so what I have is a base where, admittedly, like, I almost want to tear it down after I get everything set up. But the things I want to get set up first, namely iron and copper from space, that is the most important, honestly. Getting iron and copper from space would allow us to do quite a bit. Like, this build can go away the moment I get that set up. And instead I can just focus on other methods of you know, getting that. So, and the thing that I need is science, and science needs eggs. And if I'm making eggs, I might as well make biochambers. That being said, indeed. Well, I'm going to focus on getting at most 4 rocket silos going. I think it's the way I want to do this. the other way to get a bunch of spoilage? I had a method. Oh, it's the bacteria. Okay. Yeah, I had a method to get spoilage. I'm just gonna go ahead and auto trash all this extra spoilage I have. And get this in my inventory. It'll spoil eventually. Alright. Yeah, there's a good chance that this base does not turn into a self-sufficient base. And believe it or not, I'm okay with that. I am quite frankly okay with that. So, to run this... Yeah, we're gonna do... If I remember correctly, I want to do quality on the science because... Do I actually care to do quality on the science? I think the answer is no. Alright, I'm going to update my little calculator I have here in the other window. In theory, quality is pretty good. In practice, now is not the time for me to go quality. Okay. So to make 90 science per minute, which is honestly been my benchmark for this entire game, I need 2 biochambers. I'm going to be honest here. I think I should run 3 or 4 biochambers. So, we could, just because of spoilage and the way spoilage works. Does that change my calculations much? So, right now, if I do not do, if I just do 90 items per minute, I need 6 total of egg machines, and if I do double that, I need 11 total egg machines. Okay. We'll stick with 90 for at least the time being. We're going to be doing 4 rockets. That is how much I want to do. You know what? I might as well show you guys what I'm looking at here. So, we've got... So I want 4 rockets, running at all times. One of which is going to be earmarked for science. The other 3 are going to be whatever. I'm going to be honest, I don't think I'm going to have much need for Gleba rockets. I almost should actually reduce the number of rockets I'm going to be making to 2. Hear me out here. If I'm going to redesign Gleba anyways, and the whole point of these rockets is just to get, just that way I can get a better production of both copper and iron, it is just going to be better for me long term to not be taxing this. Oh, I don't want 1, I want 2. I want 2 rockets running at all time. Not be taxing the system. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I'm using productivity modules everywhere. I probably shouldn't, at least not for the first base. At least not until I get a better source of power. Right now my source of power is... Alright, let's go ahead and drop productivity modules here and here. Let's not. I I need the power anyways, and eventually I am going to be making extra rocket fuel for power. Let's just go ahead and keep the power, keep the power hungry productivity modules in there. All right. How do I want to do this? Where do I want to start? I appear to have started with making mash and jelly. Why am I making jelly? Making jelly for rocket fuel. Okay. Yeah. I need at most one machine of jelly. Alright. Going back to the game. Alright. So I need one machine making this. If I switch you to two machine making biochambers, does that make it an even 6? Yes, it does. If at all possible, I want to always be consuming the pentapod eggs. Alright. The first thing I want to build is the pentapod egg breeder and the biochamber creation. So the biochamber needs stone into landfill, and one land. Okay. So you are making biochambers. Nutrients are at this point solved. Electronic circuits are not. Iron plate, sort of, not really. Pentapod egg. So boop, boop. Pentapod egg, boop. Okay. So you need half a green circuit. What's the only thing in this production chain that's not solved? Well, is not. I don't have a ready solution for. I mean, I think nothing. Yeah, I think I started this thought a little while ago and got distracted. I realized very quickly that bots would actually solve this a heck of a lot easier because they just do the logistics for you, but I don't know. I don't feel too good about that right now. I feel like it's just going to be cheating. Okay, what's the overall plan here? I think I want to make those in a separate loop to the bigger loops. So we're going to go ahead, take a look at this. If I set you to green circuits, all right, copper wire, copper wire. So this is just more convenient to make copper wire. It makes it at 12 per second. This also makes it at 12 per second. But I can stick more productivity modules in the electromagnetic plants. Oh, how do I want to do this? Electromag plants with production. if I put production in there? Okay. 8, 7, 6. You need 2. That will produce 2. I think in terms of total productivity, that chain I think in terms of total productivity, that chain is probably the best chain. Okay. And that is producing 3.6 per second. Believe it or not, I am kind of fine with just feeding this one directly into biochambers. If I look at the flow of the previous one. No, wait. I don't want to look at the flow. Alright. So, right now, I need, in theory, one machine. 5 productivity module U. Right now, in theory, I need 2 machines making enough green circuits to keep this thing running. And, okay, alright, let's just go ahead and then start with my circuit builds. Once more, look at that. Alright, so if at most I need two machines making circuits, 2 machines making wires, and 1 machine making copper plates. No, wait, I need more than 1 machine because I'm going to productivity that. Yeah, 2 machines making copper plates. Yeah. So the amount that I need in terms of copper plates and wires are that much. The amount that I need in green circuits is that much. And the amount that I need in iron is that much. Ooh, I am out of modules. How am I on backup modules? I've got plenty. So, yeah, if I need more iron, I'm just going to build that elsewhere. I think this is... I am going to need more... I'm going to need to siphon off some of these wires for the red circuits. How many red circuit assemblers do I need? 2. And I am calculating that with productivity models. Okay. So that is the number of wire assemblers, red circuit assemblers, and green circuit assemblers I need. I could probably almost wholesale. Just do this. This. And, oh, by the way, in case you're noticing why things aren't blinking, yeah, that was a choice. When I was trying to get the factory into, like, basic working order, the blinking got really annoying. So now I am cool with the solid, you don't have power, the solid you don't have food, you know. I'm fine with that. I am really fine with that. This would allow me to route copper and iron through this. Or do I want to do it more like... What else is iron used for in this build? Iron is used in this build to make green circuits and biochambers. With an at most... I need 3. Each one needs 2. Each one's producing 2 in some change. You know what? I think I would rather just run something more like this. I wish there was an easier way to like grab it and put it back into the thing that it comes from. It's doable with mods, you say? All right. Yeah, alright. Let's just go ahead and run and get the blue circuits going too. No, that's actually going to require some steps because I need to get plastic working first. Okay. But these will be both the green and red circuits we need. So much so I could probably do this. So that way. Okay. Right. So it's on that side of the belt. Right. So it's on that side. So that. Like so. Oh, my eyes look at this and are yelling, "What is this abomination?" at me. Because that'll drop on the right side of the belt. That'll drop on the right side of the belt. Right. Right. So I can't just merge those. Oh, and this will even mix up. Oh, okay. That's a little bit upsetting. Okay, which side of the belt do I want green circuits to be on? Which side of the belt do I want red circuits to be on? If I do red circuits on the right side, that just means I now have to account for green circuits on the left side down here. Because green circuits will automatically be on the left side down here. Alright. And that will allow me to merge those belts without issue. Like so. Right, no, left with a nothing happens filter. All right. I want to double check on something. Okay, that is the correct size. The reason why that one isn't... Nope, no, I don't want landfill. Okay, because it's not completely jelly nut soilable. Let me just undo those and that. Okay. I will maybe do something about that. I think I still need, either way, I need more Yamakos than I need jelly nuts, so I don't think it's worth looking at right now. Okay, so that'll be my green circuits for... That'll be my needed green circuits for biochambers. Plus the needed red circuits. I'm going to reload this page and just see what it only takes to make the biochambers. Get rid of the rocket parts. Get rid of the science packs. I need a third of it. Okay. Okay, dear Icarus. You are flying too close to the sun. Drop you off right there, and then never visit that land. Okay. Alright. The plan here is to get both of these facilities so. Now you need the same chain as earlier. Copper plates. Going into copper wires. Going into circuits. All three which have production modules on them. Bullets. Bullets. Add a machine making bullets. And I'm just going to see how many bullets I can make before I have to expand this loadout. Oh, just 2 machines making bullets. I already have to expand this loadout. It's fine. It's fine. Literally, just 2 machines making bullets. I now need 5. I need 6 of these iron foundries. If I reduce it to 1 machine making bullets. I need 4. Why is that so expensive? Where's crafting machines? Bullets. Like, not even anywhere upgraded bullets, just normal ass bullets. Let's double check something. Because the pentapods I will be making, I need to change those, by the way. They are no longer in the optimal spaces, and that's what matters the most, is optimal spaces. Okay, that's a big boy. I just want to go see if there's any, like, normal pentapods somewhere around here. Oh, by the way, I was hoping that pentapods would not be able to expand since I had biter expansion turns off. No, turns out they can. That actually happened in my off-screen play. You know what? Why am I bothering with this? Hey, if I'm curious about something, if only I had, oh, I don't know, a Factoriopedia. Environment, enemies. Wait, hold on a second. Let's go one step further. The pentapod eggs spoils a big... Okay. Big one in... Okay. So, let's see here. Range, base health. So they don't have... Oh, they have 50% laser resistance. That's why I probably have to use a bullet. That is probably why I have to use a bullet. However, this could just be solved with more laser. I don't see any reason why I can't just solve it with more laser. What does it take to make a laser? Like, this isn't the final base anyways. Why do I care about making it truly and fully optimal? Let's just, laser. No, those are personal lasers. I'm blind for the normal laser turrets. I'm blind. Batteries. Neat. Let's just do bullets. we go ahead and just run the lasers through here, or run the bullets through here. I don't think I'm going to be using that many bullets per second. That produces me 2.61 per second. I would prefer... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be using bullets that fast. So let's just go ahead and run it like this. So anyway, you... 2.61 plus 0.61, that is 3.22. Still not enough. Okay, no, I'm going to keep it like that. It bothers me. Very well. We'll just we'll be absurd in our asks here. Absolutely absurd. All right. Yeah, I have it. I guess this would be the nutrient line right there. Something like that would be the nutrient line. I'm getting claustrophobic. All right, this build is getting a little bit claustrophobic. Let's admit it here. I think. Alright, I think I would much rather have the gun turrets like so. Gun turrets like so, keeping those turrets filled with ammo. And just for shiggles, let's go ahead and make it bullets. Okay, I'm going to also do something else. I'm going to move this much further down here. To give myself plenty of room to build support facilities. So you each need 2 copper per second. And yeah, you would need 3 steel facilities. Let's go ahead and reduce it to 1/3 of your output. Because I won't always need it. But I will sometimes need it, so... And now you need copper is the only thing you're missing right now. Iron into that. And 1/3 of 5 is less than 2.61. I think this is good. I think this is what I want to do. Okay. I'll figure out where the nutrient... I know that the nutrient line is going to come in here. I'm just going to need to figure out how it feeds into here later. Because this is sort of in the way... chest, maybe? Just have a good backup in case there's an extended period of time where I am not using that. Okay, so now what I'm thinking is this will be fine, and I'm pretty sure it will just over time annihilate any pentapods that spawn. However, do I want it to run like this? I don't know. Iron. At worst, I need that much input. The part that I'm worried about am I seriously out of underground belts? Let me check my random ass storages I have literally everywhere. Oh, here we go. Wow, I did not need to drop down those. Can it... It can. It can totally spoil on the... when it's inside the machine. I swear I saw somebody come up with a solution to that. And I'm not able to make those belts here. So, they will spoil inside the machine. is the solution. Okay, I guess that is the solution. All right, so the solution is recyclers. Right, first let me get my underground belts. So hear me out here. You enable as long as the number of pentapod eggs in that on that belt is less than 1. Eggies, here we go. Set constant. On that entire belt is less than 1. You will grab 1 egg and throw it onto the belt. You, doesn't matter if you grab 1 or whatever. You are there to put eggs back into the machine to keep that running. You, filters, take all spoilage out. In fact, let's go ahead and upgrade you to a fast inserter. Just in case the nutrients spoil while inside the machine. In fact, I just saw that you take nutrients as an input, so we're going to stack insert you. Alright. So you input nutrients into the machine. That other thing takes spoilage out. I just need to route water somehow to this. Okay. And you only enable you read and you enable if the number of biochambers in this machine is greater than 2. So, in other words, if I have a backup of biochambers, that's when I trash the eggs. Okay. No, I need them like this because I need. No, I don't. Let's do that. Save on space. All right. Okay, so your whole job here is just to destroy, alt-click, pentapod eggs, pentapod egg recycling, yeah. Pin-to-pod egg will kill. Pin-to-pod egg recycling will kill pin-to-pod eggs. But you only enable if the biochambers have a backup. Alright, so now I need to route 1, 2, 3 items. Also, I just realized you have nutrients as an input. I'm going to upgrade those to stack inserters. Alright. So now I need to put iron, circuits, and landfill on belts. Honestly, hear me out here. Slightly new plan. And I do mean slightly. Let's not belt landfill. Let's just insert that landfill directly. Pulling off of a stone mine here. How much stone do I need? I need a 20th of a green belt. Yeah. I actually might need 2 of these. 20th of a green belt is a lot. Actually, I don't think I need 2 of those. 4 will empty out a green belt. I can upgrade it as needed. Alright. So now, the only thing I'm missing is iron and circuits, and then the starter pin-to-pod egg and water. Okay, so iron and circuits. How many, if I get rid of the bullets here, how many machines do I need making iron? I need 2 making iron. Well, 1.8 making iron, and... Oh, okay. And 1.6 of which is being input. No, that makes sense, because I'm running 2 of these machines. Okay. Now I need to make the green circuits. And I think I know how I'm going to sneak this in here. Because I am a sneaky boy who can sneak these items into here. All right, I think this is exactly what I want. And this one doesn't use 7.2 per second. Especially won't, considering I'm only using it at 1 per second. I'm using this at a third of its total potential use. So that looks good to me. However, nope. Okay, I think that is now runnable. Oh crap. The bottom line is our nutrients. The top line is our bioflux. Okay. Get 2. Turn line. Forward line. Skip 2. Return line. Okay. So this is the nutrient line. I am returning all garbage back to our garbage line. This is a stone line. Yeah, let's go ahead and integrate the stone. Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3. Yeah, no, I think that's... Mm-hmm. All right. Now I have to route iron and copper. Let's go ahead and make the official route. Right, iron has been routed. Copper has been routed. All right, now I've got to route water. I've got to start up the machine of progress once more. And then get myself a pentapod egg. Okay, I'm seeing how slow that is actually filling. Let's go ahead and convert you to stack inserters. Okay. All that's left is to get the pentapod egg and start the machines of progress. And water. Let's go ahead and take care of the water first. Production. I've got an offshore pump. All right. Turning on my machine. Going to go find an egg now. There was a... Yeah, let's go and clear that nest over there. All right, I've got myself some peanut butter eggs. Let's go ahead and start up the automatic production of biomachines, eh? Going too far south. Hmm. Okay. Okay, so it's honestly not a question of if but when this machine will fail. Cause I think I'm just kind of barely at where I need to be. It will probably fail if the nutrients don't get exported back to the regular pop, as it were. Where are all these half quality the half whatever nutrients coming from? want to check something here. The thing I want to check is, are you spoil? Yes, you are in fact spoiling. Okay. Yes, you are in fact spoiling on that line, and here comes the failure point. Oh, interesting. Egg. Can only take egg out. I got an idea for this. Okay. I do this. Does that place it on there? Input priority left. Yep. This is one of those problems where, like, yeah, hey, look, it'll get better the longer the factory runs, but boy, is it a problem right now. Something like that will do what I want it to do, I think. At least a little bit more efficiently. Okay. I think that is stable enough, although I am going to stress test this a little bit. Let's go ahead. Am I not taking those eggs out? Alright. Let's have 5 of those spawn and see where we're at. And this should tell me, I think 6 is enough. Like, I'm already having a backup here. Pretty big backup. Red ammo is pretty damaging. And the only thing, at least according to Factoriopedia, these things spawn. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Is the premature regular pentapods. And I think I have this set up in such a way that it is trashing it when there's nothing being built. Which I honestly think is probably the smartest thing I can do. It's just, when there's nothing to be built, trash the extra eggs. How's my power doing? Acceptable. Also build a copy of this here, so that way I am more early also trashing. Oh, there goes my test subjects. Did I pick you all up? No, I didn't. These, where do eggs go in the incinerator? Eggs go in the incinerator. Okay. Sure. Why not? They're burn them. Okay. I don't think I can use that to my advantage. Double checking here. 5 megajoules compared to 100 megajoules. Yeah, no. It would literally be better just to convert jelly nut into heat. Wait, why isn't this outputting? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is fine for now. This is not fine. Like I said, worst case scenario, that's all I'm testing. We'll let these 7 remain there until they pop, which should be... yeah, not too soon. Or not too late, I mean. But whatever. Soon. All right. What now? I've got pinapods taken care of. Let's go back to my big factory that I'm making. Let's get rid of biochambers. So now I need rocket parts in agricultural science packs. Let's go ahead and start with making rocket pads while we're waiting for those to hatch. Rocket silos. So steel blue circuits, electronic engine circuits. Do I want to actually make electronic engine circuits on this planet? Or is this a case of just transport the resources, Fivehead? Nope. Yeah, okay. I mean, besides electronic engine units, I am already making or want to be making all of those items. Because I'm going to want crushers and asteroid collectors to be made here. And in theory, I'm going to want robot frames to be made here. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and build electric engines. I guess I do have a use for the jelly nut to lubricant recipe now. I'm only using it for engines, aren't I? Yeah, pretty much. Okay. So I noticed concrete was on there, but I think... I mean, besides the fact that... Okay, yeah, let's do it something like... know if I want to horizontally cut and paste. Yay! Okay. Oh, wait. I gotta get bricks. How much? 1.2 per second. 1.2 per second at worst. You can produce. So 2 of these machines. I know I don't need to copy these, but two of the okay. These are producing it's a pretty slow rate. We can pull those off with these. Medium pole, so I can power this whole thing. All right, and now I just need to get water here. Let's go the landfill route. I want to change the position of one of those things. Grab a couple of extra stacks of pipes. Here. Here, and there we go. Concrete's being made. Step 1 of making a rocket complete. A rocket silo. Steel plate started being made, so that's another step done. Processing units will be done. Let's yeah, I'd say they took care of that pretty well. I mean, I'd say they took care of that pretty well, though. Oh, wait. Whoopsie. There we go. Alright, I feel pretty good about literally all of this, I think. I think I can work with everything I got here. That's a good enough build for now. It's good enough. 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 Oh, I hate it. But it's good enough. And that's what's important. Alright. I think the next thing I want to do is get lubricant plus rocket fuel. And this will allow me I don't know. What would it allow me to do? Lubricant plus rocket fuel will allow me to pivot into engines. I don't want... How do I want to approach the engines? I want to take a look at Fulgora because I kind of liked the way I had that set up over there. Looks like I did a 1-to-1. One engine for one assembly machine. 0.12. Okay. And I had 2 flying robot frames. Okay. Oh. Sorry about that. My Digimon needed care. Okay, good. I'm still good on my condition hearts. Alright, so I want to build, let's say, 2. Okay. Yeah, I want... Second. Let's go ahead and get robots going too while we're at it. Five and 5. Ooh. Yeah, and if I start putting productivity in that, it's fine that it's not max. Swap you out for red circuits. Six. Oh. No. My brain is sitting here yelling at me, just make this a robot base. Just do robot stuff. Just get a robot thing. I don't disagree. We can go hybrid. We can go hybrid like I've done with most of our bases. If we go hybrid, this would allow me to do something. Hold on a second. I'm going to do a quick calculation here. If I want... Yeah, that's not happening. I was gonna say, if I want a green belt of blue circuits, how much would that entail? Do you want to know how much a green belt of blue circuits would entail? Oh, nothing. But just a casual 334 machines making blue circuits alone? Oh, only 5 machines making sulfuric acid. The thumbs up. Although I will admit, a green belt entirely made out of blue circuits is mega base levels of circuit production. And I don't feel like making a mega base of circuit production. At least not right now. Oh, God. Okay. What if I want... What if I want a yellow belt? A yellow belt is 15 volts per second. Blue circuits. Still, it's 83 machines. That's never happening. Ever. Okay. I have found a reasonable number of machines. To make a reasonable amount of stuff here. Let's let me compare that. How many do I need? 3 naturally. So let's go for 6 machines of blue belt out of blue circuit output. Productivity module 2. That's how I will do this. All right. I think no matter how I go about this, whether I'm going bots or belts or some mix in between, the next thing I need to solve is blue circuits. So let's do that first. Because I've realized something. I could get a build for blue circuits, outputting that many per second, outputting the same amount of red circuits per second, and outputting a lot more per second of green belts. Yeah, okay. And we're going to start with one. We're going to start with going to Volcanus, where I've actually already done this, and copy that design. Nope, not for Gleva. We're not going to use speed modules. We are going to use productivity modules the whole way through. 1, 2, 3. Units of space. I think the green circuits, green and red circuits are going to come from below. Three, 1, 2, 3. Yes. All right. Did I? Yes, I think. Okay, I had a weird thing going on here because I found out that this required use filters at the very end of the production line. One of them dedicated solely to green circuits. Otherwise, it would those last ones would never get filled up. Now, admittedly, they had speed modules, and these will not have speed modules. But I think that is something to look to not really be bothered by. Now, sulfur is the next thing I care about. Oop. Sulfuric acid. I only need one machine making sulfuric acid. You know what? I'm going to be honest here, let's double this production. Anyway, sulfuric acid. Alright, I'll figure out a way to get iron to that later. Right now, I've got to get the red circuits being built. I'm going to need 8 machines building red circuits. Drop these on the outside. What do you need? You need plastic. Oh. Does it really bug me that much? Does it really bug me that much? This whole thing is just to get off the ground. Does it really bug me that much? I need to stop building absurd. This is a bad habit of mine. And I need to build what is necessary. I still want to build 8 machines of red circuits because I want to back up the red circuits. Right, you're going to need to run productivity modules, which means you don't want that much red wire. You want some, though. You do want some. Now, if you're wondering why I just upgraded to 10, despite telling myself several times to not build big, there is a reason for it. And that's the number of machines one electromagnetic plant can suffice, with assuming they have the same level of production bonus. Now, over here, I build this. Alright. I'm going to keep those over there because I want to build the green circuits first. So, I have 6 blue circuit machines working. I want to add machines. Red circuits, 6, 10. This whole thing needs almost 6 machines making green circuits. So let's just go ahead and say I want 10 machines also making green circuits. Oh, that's one green belt of output. Okay. $18 machines. Oh, these are not moduled up. Okay, let's fix that real quick. Okay, I've moduled up the machines. That's a much more reasonable 10 machines making wire, one of which is entirely going to the red circuit, so 9 of which is going to green circuits. Interesting. How do I want to do this? Maybe 12. Nope. 10. 10 is the limit, because that is one... Oh, no, it's not one green belt, because I'm using production modules. Okay. So, 12 green... 12 of them on green belt production. This is the part where I start looking at, would it be better to use these machines? They cast directly into wires. Again, I realize I get more down the production chain if I use the electromagnetic plants, but 8, 5. No, I have to admit, this is probably the best chain. And in all honesty, oh, oops. You know, like this obviously doesn't account for belts, right? But in all honesty, that, like, because it is a prohibitive number of belts that I am going to need to transport wires either way. So why not just direct insert it? Yeah, all right. I've I have decided that this is the way. So we're gonna need to make 12 of these. How am I going to line them up? As we all know, aesthetics wins Factorio. So that. Okay, so that is 4. Like so. Five, 6, 7, 8. Okay, here we go. Guess just something like horizontal flip. How am I inserting iron plates? Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, let's actually give it a little bit more. 1, 2. All right. Now, how am I solving the iron issue? Cursed belt weaving, John. Oh. Oh, that's the dark that's the dark thoughts that have just occurred to me. Cursed belt weaving. Okay. These are producing at 3.6 per second. So no matter what, I want these to be outputting using green stack inserters. Or bulk inserters is what they're called now. How... Or we can get even more cursed. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. A thought about a curse upon this blighted land has just occurred to me. 2. Okay. Oh. Okay. This hurts my brain the more I think about it, but the more I want to see it in play. Let's move these over here. Ooh, this hurts my brain. Okay, here we go. Oh, what have you brought upon this cursed land, John? Oh no! It's a beltless input green circuit output machine that uses both electromags and foundries. Oh, it's cursed. And the worst part, I think it's tileable. Oh, oh no. Oh no. It's not just tileable. It's perfectly tileable. Oh no. Oh wait, no. It is slightly imperfectly tileable. Okay. For a brief moment there, I thought I had made something truly cursed. I'm only making something mostly cursed. What? What the heck is this shit? I'm just gonna delete that. There's no reason to keep that around. That's a simple design. Is there any other designs I'm saving off in the random bit of nowhere? Yeah, that's gone bye-bye. And this is frankly so simple I can make it simpler, says. What have I wrought upon this cursed land? What madness lurks within the hearts of men? Do you taste that upon the air? Do you taste upon this the works of this abomination? I certainly do. Petridge Farm remembers. Oh, I hate this. I fucking hate this. Petra's Farm remembers. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The literal only possible way I can feel good about this build is if it was perfectly tileable within the 4x4, like the 2x2 grid of substations. I think, fortunately, for the sanity of those who can see Cthulhu, that this is not that. Okay. These still connect. Okay. Yep. That's tileable. Now I've got to make 8. Last one. 12. You know, I've said this about a few builds on this, but this is cursed. This is a truly cursed build. And the worst part is it works. Fully production chained all the way through. Green circuit production. My brain hurts. Why does my brain hurt? This hurts. This hurts because I know this is what I'm going to do. That's why this hurts. Most of the time when I get these, I start like getting so mad that I rip this up. But my brain is like, no, you peaked. This is where it's at. You did it. You have brought absolute... This is that scene. This is that scene where, my God, what have I done? That's what this is. All right. Now I need to build 10. Alright. I'm going to go to my little calculator here, get rid of electronic circuits, because I built 12 machines making that. Of which only 5 of them are going to be used on the new build. So now... Now I need... Huge oof. That's right. That is the one thing I was dreading. And now that I've gone this far, I know why I was right to dread it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Once I actually finally get the double check to see if they've expanded into my cloud. No, they haven't. Once I finally get space platforms being made, there's a good chance that this planet will be reworked again. But not until after I research a few techs. Right now, the goal is still to launch a rocket. So let's keep focusing on making blue circuits. So now I need to make red circuits. And I'm making 10 machines making red circuits. Nice way to get banned, son. So now I need 10 machines making red circuits, so let's focus in on that. I believe the way this works out is I just need one machine making that. And that one machine isn't even doing 1/10 of a belt, so I'm just going to run it off to one side. We're going to need pretty much just that. Okay, and now I need a machine making plastic and a machine making... How did I do this before? Hold on a second. I output red belts in the middle. Fair enough. Cool. Three, 5. Right then. Now I want the plastic and... How much of a belt? Yeah, okay. So I want the plastic and wires to go on the same belt. We can just split that. I'm gonna put that over there. What is the plastic build? The plastic build is one machine making bioflux plastic. I'm going to say this machine is relatively foolproof. you've been with me, gimping it halfway. Okay, so, by the way, you can hold 6. You can hold 6. So we're going to change your threshold to 10. If there are 10 machines backed up, then I want you to start running. That's how we'll run that. Anywho, work it backwards. Bioplastic. We don't need a full machine of that running to make plastic. We do need... one machine. Okay. Machine making that 6 per second. Into one machine making that 4 per second. And whatever. The seed will get seeded off someplace else. Wow. I love the biomachines. Okay. I have to say this about the biomachines. In theory, I actually really like them. But they just have too many points of failure for me to consider them a permanent part of any build outside of Gleba, beyond like the one build I'm going to be doing with it, 2 builds I'm going to be doing with it on Novice. And that is, biter egg production and making fish. Those are the only things I'm going to be doing on Novice with those. But in theory, like absolutely in theory, if like the fruits didn't basically just rot while waiting around, you could actually make really powerful bases fed entirely from Gleba. And I'm just going to repeat this. The only problem with that is there are way too many points of failure. Like just a minute ago, I'd forgotten, right click, paste. If you don't empty it out of spoilage, blah, blah, blah. If you don't do this, blah, blah, blah. If you don't do that, blah, blah, blah. There are way too many ways that things can fail here. And I'm sure somebody's already made a mod where spoilage doesn't exist. But I have to admit, if spoilage didn't exist, this wouldn't be even slightly interesting. It just would be another production chain that doesn't use power. Spoilage has to exist. I think where spoilage shouldn't exist it's right there. Like, I seriously had spoilage that spoiled in the machine and couldn't be excavated. What? Why couldn't that have been excavated? That was weird. Yeah, like, why aren't you taking out the spoilage out of there? No, seriously, why aren't you... Okay, that's why you weren't taking it out. Alright. Sure. it's whatever. I'm lucky this hasn't accidentally put spoilage into my chest. I just realized. Where are the biochambers? There you are. Alright. 5. You're backed up at 2. You're backed up at 5. I don't know what causes it to back up at different numbers. But I do know one thing for certain is get rid of my extra eggs as soon as possible. That is one thing for absolute certain is true. Another thing that I know is absolute certain is this base, once I finally get it off the ground, I'm going to be focusing on other stuff. Alright. This is perhaps the simplest production chain I've had in a while. Muckle Mash, Bioflux. I want you to take out the seeds and the spoilage. I want you to take out the spoilage alone. That will return back to the mainland with all of my stuff I don't want in these machines. I need to pull down your macro fruits. And nutrients. I think the most successful builds I have done do this. Input, output priority right, spoilage. Which basically the input comes here, stops there, has a bypass for spoilage just in case it's spoiled on the way to you. Because I find that is annoying, and it'll stop right there and wait for its resources. I think that has been, at least so far, my most successful thing. And I can't wait to get off of what I'm calling the Gleba starter base and actually make something better. Now, the Gleba starter base is probably still going to be running even after I get something better. It's just I don't know. This might be entirely a botless base in the end as I get more and more frustrated with this. Luckily, they aren't... Do they only expand if they absorb spores? Or do they expand towards spores? I don't know. It's hard for me to tell, actually. Alright, so... So yeah, now I need a Bioflux Yumako input. This gets divided in two. You need wires the most, so therefore these are going on the inside track. Am I just gonna bulldoze straight through the middle of this? I think you and I both know the answer is gonna be yes. So stone is going to be the only resource I actually want to train? Ooh. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, yay, trains! But no, stone's looking like the only resource I'm actually going to train on this world. Fair enough, trains are not that great on this world. Nah. I don't think I should. I think if it spoils in the machine, just send it off to be incinerated. It's probably for the best. That being said... I just realized something. Spoilage! Get it out of my inventory! Go! Get out! Also, wood. Yeah, no, there's no reason to have just a bunch of spoilage on the belt. If it ever gets to the point where that's cleared, I will just have to suffer through a while of my base having no production. So, no, let's clear off all the spoilage if we can. As for you... Yes, I do want to prioritize the longer belt. At least I will until I get overgrowth soil, because with overgrowth soil, I can just build anywhere on green territory. Green biome territory. And with that... Yeah, no, I'm gonna go ahead and keep that for what it is. Also, I just got a bunch of spoilage. Time to burn it. Alright. The part that's worrying me is it seems like there's a couple of issues. Oh. Okay. Then I'm still worried about the extreme lack of jelly nut seeds. Is that literally just because I wasn't Do I have a backup agility nut seeds somewhere? No, they're getting down here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this backup of them. Huh. Concerning. Don't know how spoilage got on here. That's upsetting. Why isn't this side going? Because you don't have bioflux. You don't have bioflux because it's completely spoiled. It's completely spoiled because I have a terrible method of getting iron. Of using iron. Let me just clear this up real quick. At the very least, that'll give it a kickstart. Okay. Gotta give you a kickstart too, apparently. Yeah, I need to move iron and copper production off planet. This build, I can't think of a better build that isn't just like a miniature build meant to focus on one thing, and I don't like that. The plan is eventually to destroy this. For now, I'm just going to baby it to make sure it works when I need it to work. Copper. Okay. I personally think I dislike this. Okay. This is just a nasty, disgusting base right now. Input. Output. Input. And you want bioflux and Yamako. See, one of the reasons why this is frustrating is because, like all other bases, you can construct slowly, bit by bit, make the next little bit, not have to worry about previous bits that you've made fucking up. But this one, there's no getting around it. You have to basically just paste down a completed gleba. Whatever. This is going to be the plastic. It has to go to the closer base. Where is... Let's just power it with these. Now the only thing that's left is to bring... Oh, fuck. I did not account for nutrients, did I? So I need to bring Bioflux and Yamako fruit, but nutrients were unaccounted for. Nutrients, how... Yeah, I'm fine with this being a Bioflux Yamako fruit line. That's the nutrients. This is the Bioflux line. Well, that should have cleared out some inventory space. All right. Spoil. As per usual. Okay. Spoilage gets moved up here. Okay. Spoils come down here. And stuff that's not spoilage returns back to the nutrient line. Okay, now I need a combination. Alright, I need a combination Bioflux plus Yamako fruit wine. This is jelly. This is Yamako. Here is where I need to make that spin off. And output priority left. Seeds. Yes, that's how I want to do this. Make sure that seed gets brought back up. And merged onto its belt. Okay. Now I just need two. Something like that. And then connect forward that. For now, I'm going to output priority to the right. That should clear out that belt. Nutrients need to be hooked up and bioflux needs to be hooked up. All right, here we go. All right, all these are slowly turning on. That is acceptable, I think. You know, something that just occurred to me. I don't know if I want to do it, mind you, but it just occurred to me. It could technically be possible to make a base that... to make a base that just immediately processes all the fruit into usable materials and then belts those materials, usable, non-spoilable materials. Ah. I have discovered a flaw in my setup. That is, I also still need to empty out spoilage. Oh, that's going to be another issue. No. I think that looks a bit better. And the good news is, long term, I'm going to not need this little return path. Okay. Red circuits, 3, 4, 5, 10. Now I need 6 machines making blue circuits, 1 machine making you know what I could do? I just need to double check something real quick. Because right now I have 10 machines making green circuits with productivity module 2s. They're making a 1/6 of a green belt. So in other words, they still need a green belt to themselves. Okay. What I was debating is if I could just combine the red and green circuits here, but nope. But what I can do is I can recombine my 2 green belts into 1. That is green and red circuits. And those will feed into blue circuits. At a pretty small rate. Right. Spin off, spin off. I don't know what I'm going to do with them beyond this, but go. Oh shit. Am I actually going to feed the rockets directly? I think I am, at least for the first rocket. All right. Something I really should do. Especially now that I have... Man, I haven't heard these things fire this entire time. But especially now that I have biochambers that I can just freely use en masse. What does it take to make heating towers? Concrete, boiler, and heat pipes. Admittedly, I'm not making boilers, whatever. I'm making concrete. I'm not making heat pipes, technically. And there's no alternate, like, super machine I can make heat pipes, is there? Where is heat pipes? Boy, it is starting to look like getting off of Gleba actually was just copium in terms of the stuff I needed to do. Because it feels like for every step forward I make on Gleba, it turns out I made a mistake about 3 steps back. And then when I fixed that, nope, turns out that wasn't a mistake. I was thinking ahead and didn't remember. Okay, where the heck is actually heat pipes? It's not under production, right? Yeah. There. It is under production. Okay. Copper and steel, and it's not. There's no super machine, which is unfortunate. That's actually a perfect item to have a foundry for. Okay. Size 50. I don't think I'm going to need more than 100 at a time. So heating towers. Concrete boiler, heat pipes, and boiler. Is pipe and stone furnace. Nah, I don't feel like automating heat towers. At least not until the next version of this base. the fact that I'm automating pipes is good enough for me. Shit, I just realized. I can't believe I'm actually going to do this. I am going to automate stone furnaces. To make boilers. Stone furnaces to make boilers. To make heating towers. I just gotta pipe over the concrete. Alrighty then. I don't know why, but this is just gross to me that I'm automating stone furnaces using tier 3 assembly machines. And at no point can I use... Alright. 0.25. Alright. Yep. Okay. Sure. This was a great idea. He lies to himself. Oh yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, even under the most generous of circumstances, that's not happening. Okay. Anywho, the plan is, right now, is Jelly Nut at the very least. Yumako 2, sort of. Yeah, Yumako 2. But Jelly Nut for certain. Okay, that's the gym I want to go to sleep. Alright, so the Jelly Nut for certain is not being replenished at a rate comparable to it being used. This is evidenced by the fact that I barely have a backup of seeds. So, what I'm going to do is at the very least for the Jelly Nut line, we're going to build a Jelly Nut processing loop. that burns all jellies, saves all seeds. Wow, seeds have a fuel value. Interesting. You know, burns all jellies, saves all seeds. Doesn't care about anything else. I'm going to get myself a new tab, and I'm going to switch this new tab, and I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. Desktop. Intermediate. Where's jelly nut processing? There we go. I want to burn, in theory, a green belt of input. So $30 machines to burn, in theory, a green belt of input? Okay. Let's double check here. Wow, 6 belts of output of raw jelly. Let's... Oh! My Digimon is Digivolve. Yeah. It's hard to see that. Oh, because it's all green. And there we go. Looks like I got what I was looking for. And he's awake now. Damn it. Okay, let's reduce this to, at worst, a single belt output of jelly. So that is 5 machines. So what that actually is 6 machines, with both of the last ones just working half of the time. Oh wait, no. Input priority still should be left. It still should always be the stuff that's being recycled. If enable if jelly nut is greater than 7. The usual output priority spoilage nonsense. Alright, so now the only thing you need is an output Actually, let's go ahead and make the scan here. Like so. That way it's scanning there. As the decider if I dump them. Oh. Basically, if the secondary loop is backed up, that's when I want to dump them. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Move in. I want to... Three, 2, 3. You, filter. Doop. Actually, honestly, no filters. I just want you to take everything out of the machine that needs to be taken out of. Spoilage, jelly nut seeds, jellies. Everything that needs to be taken out of that machine should be taken out of that machine. And what we're going to do is we're going to spin off early. No, we'll just spin off at the end. This is slightly... slightly wrong, but I think that's fine. Anywho. I think this is what I want to do, because now here's the part where this is either genius or stupid. I am thinking that I want to convert these jellies into power. Where I could be stupid is this would be an unreliable source of power. However, it really does look like I'm just going to have it anyways. Let's grab my stack of 20 of those. What I mean by that is it's looking like I'm just always going to have a full you know what? Let's just go ahead and do that so I'm not thinking about it. Okay. Now what I do is I take spoilage. I take jellies and spoilage here. And then I convert it into heat. How fast do... We're going to just grab a bunch. Convert it all into jelly. Basically instantly. So I'm going to be honest, I don't think I'm going to need much more. That's interesting that I've seen that. It converts the jellies almost instantaneously, but the jelly nuts burn very slowly. Jelly nuts burn at 10 megajoules. Jellies are at 1 megajoule. No. No. The whole point... Don't get it twisted. The whole point of this is to get seeds. In fact, honestly, I'm going to change the condition for you to even begin. You enable disable if the number of seeds you see is less than 1. You're actually going to scan here, not there. And we're going to change it to 6. If you see less than 6 seeds, convert as much as you can into seeds. Burn the rest. Burn the rest with absolutely no care as to why you're burning it. So much so, we don't even care about getting power out of it. The whole point of this is to clean up the belts so we can keep getting more seeds. Now, the only thing that's left is I need to get nutrients down here. And I'm going to do it the hard way. Yeah, I'm going to do it the hard way. Oh, I have to do it the hard way if I do it that way. Let's do it the slightly easier way. But I jump-start it as a just in case. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. I want to pull out all spoilage and all seeds. that's that. We're going to, for this biochamber, you are going to output, input, but only nutrients. Spoilage will go on the usual return path over here. All right. Now, it takes 30 machines to fully empty out a green belt. This is 12, so it's not even going to be using half. As a result, I'm going to do something like this. Six, and let's get cracking. Okay, I need more than that many machines. That is a copy. Paste. Jeez. How long does it take to burn a jelly nut seed? Basically instantly. Get these out of my inventory. Oh, wait, no. Reclaim all that shit. Get these out of my inventory. Burn all that. Why isn't this working? Because this only sees the other side. Okay, that's why that can't work. Okay. The good news is this has kicked my seed production into actually, you know, working. Unlike what it was before. Okay. That should solve my lack of jelly nut seeds problem. I'm gonna be honest, I can probably convert this into power. I can reliably rely on 4 machines always running. That's kind of good, actually. That would double my expected power. Something like that. Good. Dump a lot of heat out of there. Convert all of those to just using the shitty turbines for now. I know I dumped a few on this planet. Now we just got to grab pipes and make heat exchangers. Plate, steel plate, pipes. Yep, went too far. steel plate and pipe. All I do is routes. Chest. All right, so that's going to build heat exchangers slowly, but surely. You know what? I need more heat pipes than 50. I thought 50 was going to be just enough, but I was wrong. Alright, all that is left now is to get the heat exchangers running. I've made 4. Good job. Yeah, it looks like I'm always going to be able to run 4 of those, plus some extras. Also might look into burning off extra seeds, maybe? To just keep that running forever. I'm going to probably build another one of these over here for the same reason, to keep the seeds alive. Oh, my goal of getting off of this planet is looking less and less tenable as I get towards sleepy times. You know what I could do? Is I could do the thing that failed that it failed to do on later. Because what I failed to do on other yeah, let's go ahead and try it. Let's scan this. If this has any spoilage, send that belt forward. Spoilage. What? I'm blind? There. Yeah, if that has any spoilage, just send it forward. I don't care. I'm dealing with all of that. Send spoilage forward. Alright, that seems good to me. That build seems like that will do. Ooh, while I'm thinking about it, offshore pump. I need 1, 2, 3, 4 more. I think I've only built one in the time I've been away. Hey. I'm a rain man when it comes to understanding these things. Let's move down here so it builds that one down there first. One more. And should be about... Oh, jeez. Like 41.6 items per second is kind of ridiculous. Of any factory or just pure copper line. Just to feed one machine. Anyway, there we go. Alrighty then, that is always running. The good news is it should remain running for a very long time. Should I go ahead and double up? Yeah, this probably wasn't for the best, but whatever. At least I wanted to make sure that the seeds were getting output. Because that's the whole reason this little mini factory exists. Alright. In theory, I could probably build more, but I think that's going to be good for now. Now I'm going to want to do a similar build. Yeah, I'm going to want to do a similar build over here, converting all extra Yamako fruits to into seeds. The good news is I think I can do that. The bad news is I think I'm running out of time to stream today. Admittedly, got less done than I wanted to, but at the same time somehow got more done than I think I needed to do or should have done. Point being, I got more stuff done than I thought I would get. I'm a bad communicator right now, aren't I? I did more things than I thought I would have to do coming in here today. But while I didn't complete my goals, I do think this is overall good progress for the factory. The next steps are another one of these machines designed solely to convert Yamaka fruits to as many to as many like sub items as possible, right? Uh that is one thing. Another thing is some of these things down here are running a little bit smoother. Oh, this is not. What the heck is backing this up? Don't know how that happened. All right. If I have time, I can tell you exactly what I'm going to be doing off stream, and that is getting a space platform, giving me shit. No, that'll be way too much forward progress. I want to get to a point where I'm launching a rocket. That's what's going to happen between now and the next time we play. If I don't get it, I'm going to get as close as I can. That much is for certain. Right now, jeez. Yeah, this is going to take a while before it. Jeez, I really messed up the backup, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, this is finally starting to make its way out. Oh jeez. That's probably what was causing problems for a while there. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. That's just a bad design. I think the sooner I can get to looting space, the better. As I said, I think we're going to return right when I'm ready to turn on both the science and launch the rockets. If I don't do it, I'll at least be making forward progress to doing that. Also fixing any problems that show up along the way, because yeah, no, I'm man enough to know to admit that I'm behind. I need to get off this planet. I loathe this. Okay, my Gleba start, or my Volcanus start, it was bad. There were so many cliffs and no clear areas that I could actually place the foundries in any meaningful way. I managed to trudge through it. The only issue is I don't have a perfect base to paste down right now. That's the issue. I just don't have a completed base. Because here's the trick. Like, here's the whole trick about this, okay? The reason why it's struggling now but won't struggle when we're done. Once you get the entire base built, get this. The secret is burn everything at the end. And I can't just like, oh, well, this is my temporary stopping point. Let's go ahead and set up another burning. Okay, now I've got to deconstruct the burning and move it down. Okay, now I've got to set it up. Okay, now I've got to deconstruct it. No, no, no. I am only setting up deconstruction of this once. I do think I learned this little thing was the best thing I learned. Adding a slight bypass for early spoilage. Anywho, that being said, thank you all for watching. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.